Good morning, colleagues. We can then start. Wangena ke Hendricks. We were just waiting for you. I couldn't start the meeting without you, Honorable Hendricks. I told members it will be wrong. Thank you for joining us. Good morning, colleagues. Morning to the department as led by the acting NC, Mr. Matibe, RC Matibe, who is leading today's delegation on the department. Welcome RC Tokolo and the acting RC in KZN. And the entire department, inspecting judge and your delegation. Members, we're supposed to start at 9:30. We were delayed by, I'm told, the entrance at the gate. There was quite a queue that would have led to officials of the department arriving a bit late, so we had to wait for all of them since they're the ones who supposed to take us through the proposed agenda item of today's portfolio committee meeting. And let's also welcome Ms. James back to the portfolio committee officially. We had missed you. Your presence was felt that it's no longer there. I think it's been quite, when was the last time we've seen Ms. James? I think last year in Franschhoek, in September. Sure. That's extremely long. We're in May, and which was towards the end. You nearly came back in August, and I know the work of ad hoc is extended. So we hope from time to time you will also come through. But it's good to have you back, Ms. James. Shanga says good to have you back as well. Angas boye pimar is good to have you back. I was just worried. I saw something dismissed, and I then thought, yo, abantu bam Jehovah bomkhonto. That was on a lighter note. Colleagues, I think all of us have the draft agenda before us. We can then start with the adoption of the agenda, so that then we can start officially with our meeting to receive the presentation. That would have been sent to us sometime last year. Members? Honorable Engelbrecht?
I move for the adoption.
Thank you. Honorable Niehaus?
I second the move for adoption, Chair.
Thank you so much. The draft, the agenda is fully adopted and would serve as a guide for today's meeting. We'll then go to apologies. Mr. Mtonjeni.
Morning, Chair. Morning to the meeting. We've got quite a few apologies, Chair. Honorable Nolu Chungu is not well. She couldn't come to today's meeting, Chair. From the department, Chair, the Minister has other commitments. He is attending the Council of Ministers meetings. It's in Botswana, Chair, starting from today. And the Deputy Minister is also not available today, Chair. She's attending a government program hosted by the President. And also, Chair, the National Commissioner is not available today. He is attending a regional conference for heads of correctional centers in Malawi, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you also forgot the apology of Ms. Sowas. Ms. Sowazi, the researcher of the portfolio committee. She has a block class, which is a block week of classes this week. So hence she's not here. But she would have submitted her work prior to assist members with engagements based on the report we received from the department. So the apologies would be taken as noted. Then we'll move to item 3 of the agenda, which is briefing by the department on progress regarding identified kitchen facilities during our committee's oversight visits that we would have engaged on as the portfolio committee. And some of those kitchens are those we started our first leg of oversight in Gauteng, which was 2024, if I'm correct, yes. Sure, time flies. 2024, sometime in October, RC Matibe. There were kitchens that were identified there, Bavian Sport, which was unfinished, and Modape was a total mess. And at that time when we were doing the oversight, there was an indication that I think Boxback was the one that is serving for inmates of Modape. So you were using Boxback's kitchen to cook for Modape. And Bavian Sport, they were using Zondervader. And we moved then to sometime end of February to March, first week of March, to KZN 2025, where we engaged with a number of kitchens, about 4 of them. Eshowe, Pietermaritzburg, Alagabusha, and the last one, the Durban-Westville one. We, in actual fact, when we were in Durban-Westville, we indicated to the department, you need to shut down that kitchen on how badly or bad it was. So those were kitchens that we had identified that would have put recommendations as the committee when we're doing oversight for the department to consider an effect. Then we moved to, including Kokstad, I forgot Kokstad, Medium Correctional Center, not Ebongweni. Then we moved then this year in January, end of Jan to first week of Feb, 2026, to Limpopo. And we then identified Toyando kitchen, which is a medium B correctional center. So that's the basis of why we then called for a standing PC meeting to get an update on all those kitchens that we've identified to be in the state that they were in, if there's any progress on the side of the department in implementing some of the recommendations or remedial actions that would have been identified when we did the oversight. How far are we with progress in fixing some of those kitchens, in fixing the equipment inside the kitchens, or in buying equipments that ought to be bought, since some are not functional anymore. And how far are we with getting the Durban-Westville kitchen operational? Modape was on the verge of, or on a blink of collapse. If we've managed to resuscitate it to its normality, because of the state that it was in is the similar state that we found in Durban-Westville. But when we got there already, the kitchen a day or 2 had been closed or shut down before we could arrive. So if there is any work that had transpired, how far is that work? And where there is completion, we'll note, so that members when they go back and do unannounced visit, they would be able to do it based on the progress report you would have given us. And it would be utmost important that you give us the true reflection of the state of kitchens and not say the kitchen is 90% complete, and when a member goes and does an unannounced visit, because we would have, since we have identified some members would remain in provinces that we have passed to do unannounced visit to check on progress, and they found the state is as we left when we did the oversight. It would not be correct. So I would therefore hand over to the department, to the Acting National Commissioner, RC Matibe, to lead us or lead the department with the presentation and to take us through as the portfolio committee in terms of the progress on all those identified kitchen. RC.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Let me start by apologizing for the delay that was unforeseen on our side. We really apologize for that. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, with me here, I'm with the colleagues, the Regional Commissioner of LMN, the Acting Regional Commissioner from KZN. I'm also with the Acting Deputy Commissioner Facilities, Mr. Kobani, who's on my right-hand side. We also have our newly appointed Director for Facilities, Mr. Sinitemba Matigizela. He is sitting right at the back. And we are also with Director Nkosi from the Office of Commissioner. We are also having Mr. Numalo, our communication, our Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Sikhe Sigalala. Yes. Those are the colleagues that are with us. As already outlined by the Honorable Chairperson, we do have a presentation for the kitchens as outlined in our draft on the agenda. I will then hand over to Mr. Kobani, who will take us through the presentation of the department. There is a disclaimer as we will be presenting. There are one or two changes that, because of the error of writing, the information was not correctly typed. But Mr. Kobani, as you'll be presenting, he will highlight to the correct information on those in that slide. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will then hand over to Mr. Kobani to take us through the presentation. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, colleagues from DCS. As the Acting National Commissioner has introduced us, I hope the Chair would allow me to continue with the presentation. Chair, yes, as this is an update of progress since the committee's last visit, I will go straight into the presentation, Chair, of which the purpose is to brief the portfolio committee on the progress made on kitchens that were visited. Go into the next slide, Chair, which is slide 4. If the Chair allows me not to go line by line, I would just be going on points which I think need to be highlighted. Chair, I'll go to the third bullet there, which indicates the amount of
the amount that's written, 892.6 million, which was paid to DPW for what we call accommodation charges, which is funds to take care of our infrastructure. Going down, Chair, you can see on the 26-27 financial year, that is also the amount that had been allocated for such. The next point is indicating the number of kitchens in the department as per region. The next slide, Chair. Without having to repeat what is already known, Chair, we know we have that challenge of DPW withdrawing most of the functions or the maintenance and upkeep that they had been responsible for according to the devolution terms. I'll go to now the kitchens, starting on slide 7. The Kokstad Correctional Center kitchen. We have the findings, Chair, that was made. 2 of 4 putty pots were not working. 2 of 5 tilting pans. 2 convection ovens, non-functional. And the R638 certificate not updated. Progress that has been made as at the end of the financial year, 31st March, is 2 of the putty pots are functioning, 2 are not functioning, which shows no progress on the putty pots. On the tilting ovens, we now have 3 out of 5 that are working. Still 2 are not working. Both convection ovens are still not working. The certificate is not yet up to date. The reason outlined here, Chair, is lack of funding in the financial year. Action plan for this current financial year is that funds are being allocated for the repairs and maintenance. Going on to the next slide, Pietermaritzburg, medium A kitchen. The findings: extractor not working, state of the kitchen floor, ovens not functioning, boiler needing maintenance and repairs. A kitchen in need of the R638 certificate. Progress: extractor fans repaired, kitchen floor and walls painted, ovens are repaired and functional, boiler still outstanding. Kitchen does not yet have a valid certificate. Action plan: funds have been allocated for procurement for service provider for the repairs and maintenance of the boilers. The Correctional Center will apply for the certificate with municipalities once the boilers are in repair, because they have a direct impact on the running of the kitchen. The next slide, Chair, which is slide 9, the Pietermaritzburg medium B. We have the findings: delays in the appointment of electrical mechanical for maintenance work, 1 electrical pot and 1 tilting pot not functional. The certificate to be updated. Kitchen equipment is old, mostly non-functional or prone to breaking down, need repairs or replacement. Progress is at the end of the financial year. Electrical mechanical contractor not appointed yet. 1 tilting pot, 1 electrical pot, and 1 still not functional. The certificate is not yet updated. The reason there being lack of funding again. Action plan. Funding is being allocated. Appointment of electrical and mechanical contractor once the funds have been allocated. Repairs and maintenance can only be carried out after the funds have been confirmed. The 10th kitchen, slide number 10, The findings on Kalakabusha kitchen in the Empangeni management area, 4 water jacket pots and 3 tilting pans not functional, roof leaks in the kitchen needing repair, kitchen needing painting, irregular management of rodents, the certificate also not valid. Progress at end of the financial year, repairs of the 4 water jacket pots and 3 tilting pans have been completed. All roof repairs have been completed. Paint work in the kitchen completed. Service provider contractor is in place and fumigation is conducted at required intervals. The certificate is valid. Action plan for the year, that is now regular maintenance to be carried out. Slide number 11, the Eshowe Correctional Center kitchen. Findings: extractor fan not functioning and need repairs. 2 of 3 pots not functioning and needing repairs. Kitchen wall, internal walls needing painting, need painting. The kitchen building has structural damage and need assessment. Progress at the end of the financial year, extractor fan has been repaired. 2 pots were repaired and are functional. Paint work to the internal kitchen walls completed. Structural damage was assessed and a report was generated. Remedial work has not yet been implemented due to the lack of funding. Action plan, funding is being allocated to undertake structural repairs to the kitchen. From there, then regular maintenance should be put or will be put in place. Slide number 12, the Devon management area, Devon medium A. The kitchen is not functioning due to ongoing renovations. The status, the kitchen is currently closed due to ongoing works. Action plan, completion of the renovations of the kitchen scheduled for December 2026. Moving to slide 13, Chair, is the element region. I'm going straight to slide number 14, which is the Tohoyando Medium A kitchen. The kitchen is dilapidated and needs a full upgrade. Progress due to lack of funding, the upgrade works have not yet commenced. Action plan funding is being allocated to get upgrading works started. The next slide, slide number 15, is the Toyando Medium B kitchen. The kitchen is not functional and needs renovations. Actually, Chair, I think there's a typo because the kitchen is working and the what we call first delivery was done on May of, that was the finding, my apologies, Chair. The kitchen was not functioning and needed renovations. On progress, the kitchen project has been completed. Practical completion, or what we call first delivery, was taken on the 6th of May this year, 2026. The kitchen is operational and remedial snacks will be concluded on the 22nd of May, still this year, which will give us the final delivery for the kitchen. Action plan to follow be the having the regular maintenance in place. Moving over to the Gauteng kitchens, which is slide 16. The Bavian Sport Management Area, Bavian Sport Kitchen. Findings: kitchen needs urgent new ceiling and the epoxy flooring to be completed. Progress: procurement of the contractor to carry out works was advertised on the will be advertised on the 1st of June. Contractor to be on site for an estimate of 8 months working period. Action plan, procurement of the contractor is in place, is in progress. Works completion scheduled for 8 months from the appointment of the contractor. And then it will be followed by regular maintenance. Slide number 18, Chair. Model BA Management Area, Model BA Correctional Center Kitchen. Findings, kitchen not operating due to ongoing renovations. Status, kitchen renovations are ongoing and are to be completed on 31st May 2027. Action plan, to carry out regular maintenance when the renovations are completed. Moving over to slide number 19, where we it's the challenges that we are facing. The ever increasing cost of repairs and maintenance due to our old infrastructure versus the shrinking budget or insufficient budget is the first challenge. The DPW's withdrawal from day-to-day maintenance on kitchens and other critical infrastructure negatively impact on the general condition and compliance of our kitchens. Due to the budget cuts that we experienced through the MTEF period, the shortfalls within the capital budget and repairs of the department is insufficient to can cover the needs that we are facing. I'll just go to the last bullet, Chair, which shows kind of classing our infrastructure to say we have our bed space project security systems, our SSF. Then we've got our boilers, our kitchens, our sewer and purification plants, which could not be accommodated by our budget. On slide number 20, Chair, which is the conclusion, it's the implementation and finalization of infrastructure projects remains a challenge. The department has revised the facilities framework. DPW ceased to, which I've mentioned before. Now, Chair, if I would give a bit of an overall, if you have seen, mostly where we didn't achieve progress, funding challenge is the bottom line. Now, our approach at the moment is that because of our accommodation, the devolution of accommodation charges that's paid over to DPW, that's the funds that are supposed to take care of this critical infrastructure. We have now, we are talking to DPW through the interministerial task team, that the task team must sit before end of this quarter so that we can find a way to prioritize part of the accommodation charges specifically for this, for the maintenance of this critical infrastructure. We'll elaborate further, Chair, as clarity and questions would be required. I would like to thank you for the moment, Chair.
Thank you so much. Acting NC.
No, that's the report. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. That's the report from the department. We'll now hand over back to the Chairperson, to Honorable Chairperson, for any questions or clarity, but that is there's nothing to add in, except to say that the kitchen that is mentioned there of Modabi, it was an error on the presentation that the completion date was the 3rd of August this year, but it's actually 31st of May 2027. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
So the presentation says 2nd of August, 2026.
I think it says let me just, 3rd of August 2026 or 2nd.
30 August.
30 August, no, that's not the correct one. The correct
30
is,
August 2026.
yes, no, it's not the correct date. The correct date is the 31st of May 2027.
Who does these presentations? I'm raising this because even last week when we had a portfolio committee meeting, when members were raising questions on the pricing issue, on the oil, where a presentation would say 1 liter. And when they asked questions, it was then later clarified in response to say, no, it's a typing error. It's supposed to be 25 liters. It's supposed to be 25 liters, not 1 liter. Sihle, don't we do that due diligence in when reports are being crafted so that we avoid such things? Because now we came to the portfolio committee with a premise that Modape's completion is the 30th of August 2026. And now we're getting that, no, it's actually next year in 2027. But I'll leave it to members to expand or pound on it if there is any. Members, questions, clarities from the presentation that we have received? Babkasa, you'll start. Honorable Sokopo, you'll follow. Honorable Ms. James, Honorable Moela, Honorable Klute, Honorable Niehaus, Engel. Naps, you'll wrap it up for us. Babkasa.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the report that we got from the DCS. I need clarity about some of the things that have been mentioned on the report. Out of 217 kitchens, many of them are not safe or legal. And you cannot get R638 certificate because equipment is broken. Offenders are being fed from kitchens that legally should not operate. Who is executive responsible for facility management at DCS? All right. In Kokstad, 2 or 4 pots and 5 tilting pans were broken. 1 year later, the same pots and pans are still broken. Nothing changed except the date on the report. That's the only thing that has changed. So who is the specific line manager responsible for Kokstad kitchens? Have they been charged with gross negligence or poor work performance? If not, why are you protecting them? You paid DPWI 892 million for maintenance, but they stopped doing day-to-day work. That money was, which means that money was stolen in all names. You got nothing back. Why has no DCS manager been suspended for failing to recover that money or secure services? Who signed off on paying DPWI for work they did not do? At Eshowe, structural damages was assessed and the report was made. But no repairs happened because of lack of funding. And the report without action is just a paper. So now, on what specific date will structural repairs begin? And how much money is set aside to do that particular job? And which facility manager will held personally liable for that if that date is missed? Again, at Tohendo, medium A, the kitchen is dilapidated and it needs an urgent upgrade. Work has not yet started because of no funding. But you knew this last year. Why was no funding budgeted for 2025, 2026? For kitchen, you already knew it was dilapidated. Is the facility executive incompetent, or did they simply not care? At Modabi and Deb and Medium A, kitchens are closed for renovation. But renovation end dates keep moving. They keep moving. Offenders are not getting proper on-site cooked meal. What alternative feeding arrangements are in place? How much extra does that cost per day? And has any project manager been disciplined for missing deadlines repeatedly? You say budget cuts are a problem, but you also say you will prioritize it in phases. That means you're choosing not to fix kitchens. So which specific items are prioritized above kitchens repairs in 2026, 2027 budget? And has DCS conducted a skill audit of kitchen facility team? Has DCS conducted a skills audit for facility team or of its facility team? Because continuous failures suggest that they do not know what they are doing. DPWI gave maintenance responsibilities back to DCS, but without extra money. You accepted those responsibilities anyway. That's like buying a car without fuel. So has DCS officially rejected any DPWI maintenance transfer until the full budget follows? If yes, may we get a proof? If no, why is your facilities executive so afraid to say no? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Babkasa. Honorable Sokapa.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also take an opportunity to welcome the report and greetings to the inspecting judge and the department and my colleagues. Before my questions, Chair, two issues I just want to note. The first one, you have noted about reports that erratums are done verbally in committee already. An indication that Liwi Licingo, reports sent to the committee are no longer taken serious. I want to agree or qualify what you have raised. Second, Chair, what we deal here is monetary. Unless I came early, I did not hear, I don't see any finance person here who you would have expected to commit on issues raised by members, on timeframes and so forth. And that's a challenge, Chair, because with due respect, the acting NC have a province or a region to run. So I'm sure he stands in, is going to take what we raise here, but he is not from finance where he would have commit. It means that we are going to live here with no commitment. Today, Chair, before us, the department presents facilities with the same problems of that happens or appears to be issues that we engage in 2025. Kokstad, Maritzburg A, Maritzburg B, and I must say these are not new names. They are the same facilities with the same unresolved findings, and it's more than 12 months. What has the department actually done different in the past 12 months to address these specific facilities? And if the answer is essentially nothing, is there any person, like Honorable Gasa was raising, that is held accountable for failing to implement what you have promised, agreed to do? You see, like I raised the issue of finance. Honorable Gasa asked a question that a delay and postponement on the completion date, what is the cost attached to it? Say that we're supposed to finish in March, we're now going to finish in July. This is the cost that we are going to have additional, because in construction or in, you would have projections. What would have been the projected fee now that there's an extension? But I guess we would get the answer. I doubt we will, Chair. On the issue of certificates themselves, I want to understand the process properly. You get that in most facilities, you would get that the certificate have expired. In different regions, we are then told that no, they don't change the certificate if there is nothing wrong. They will only take the certificate if there is something wrong. And one member asked, is there at least a notification that they did come and say that we were here, all looks good? Because if that is not there, and there is an expiry date, and then there is a problem, then we must just take it on trust. What you say, we must take home. And that also, Chair, is an issue, because the state of the kitchen tells you that there is something wrong here. So there is no letter from the municipality or from those that's supposed to oversee that the state of the kitchen is correct. There is no letter. There is an expiry date here. The state of the facility is also dilapidating. And then I think there is a problem, Chair. At Durban, the kitchen has been closed since February. And you are saying more than 20 months later, Because we are saying in December you'll still not be closed. One would have then have interest to check what is the actual reason. I mean, we are not building a hotel here. We are fixing a kitchen that you have 20 months and it's impossible for you to complete it. And doesn't say this is what, because if you you fix a kitchen, you would have then says that 2 million was allocated to fix the kitchen because that would have been the cost. What is the reason for us to be we are going to have 20 months and the kitchen is not finished? Did you lose money in the process? Did you underquote when you thought? What would have been the reason for you? Because you can't just say, no, we started in February, but in December, 10, 20 months later, we are not going to be done. Is the contractor the problem? And then if it's the contractor is the problem, there are steps that we have followed. I'm interested to know. What are you doing? What is your contingency arrangement now? Are you still depending from somewhere else? What is the cost of transporting the food to there? Because there will be fuel cost involved for that arrangement. So I'm interested to know. On the, I think Honorable Engelbrecht likes the name of this place, Qalagabusha. Yeah, I think he likes the name. So I would have wanted to leave Qalagabusha to him, but let me just go. I want to understand exactly what happened there. Equipment was ordered, delivered, and installed, and in turn, out the specifications were wrong. Now, there's something to do with your procurement process. I'm not sure who have made the specifications. They are now ordered, delivered, installed. I would assume, Chair, that the person that deals with facilities it's not me, an HR stroke labor law person. It's an engineer or somebody that has to do with building controls. Now, this person have made the specifications. It was procured, it's ordered, it's installed, it's wrong. What then? We're saying now we're taking it back. And I'm asking myself, in the process of installation, what if you have dented what you have installed because it was wrong? What is the state of it? I'm sure the acting RC is here and supposed to give us feedback. And I think this correctional center we have visited in February 2025. It's now 15 months later. 15 months later, this is the report that we get. My interest is, actually, when was this thing procured? That 15 months later, we must now take home that no. We ordered, it was delivered, it was wrong. So are you saying that in these 15 months, probably on month 9 is the only time you have received these things? Or which month? So that we say, no, we received this thing. We started after you. In fact, when we were there, we were told that this thing is in process. But it's fine. I want to take it from February. Leave your process, starting from February. So we are now here in February. You are telling us that this thing is in process. Okay, fine. At which month did you receive this thing? And at which month have you realized that, no, but what we have received is wrong? What was the action after that? I'm specific asking the question to the acting RC. Pavian Sport. This kitchen belongs to the chair. Balagabusha belongs to Engelbrecht. This one to the chair. We were there also. The kitchen, I don't know who supports them with food, something, they were getting food somewhere. Zondervater. There were transport issues. The chair raised the issues of hygiene, of transporting the food, and. And a commitment was made that this kitchen will be done. I don't know when, and so forth. You are now saying it seems that this kitchen is not going to be finished. I don't know when we were there, but it's also a long time, more than a year. And when we were there, they said this kitchen is closed. They are fixing it. Or they have already showing us how they're going to fix it from the floor. But we are here now. And we are still talking about this kitchen. The department says there is no money. And I'm sure they say that is the reason for them not to comply. Albeit commitments made. Now, the Chief Financial Officer is not here. No delegation from that office. With due respect, the National Commissioner is not here. And he have put the RC maybe for a week or two. It would not be fair that I would ask questions and I expect the RC to respond, because part of my questions are of a national type. Now, I'm interested to know, and nobody is going to make commitments here, unless the RC who's acting will do that, and we record it. The commitments we'll make, and we record it. On Toyando, we saw the kitchen, and we agreed that it needs a full upgrade, including bakery. Nothing has been done today. And there's nothing tangible that says, no, this is where we are, this is the cause, and this is how we think. Because, you know, Chair, this word management, it's not English. English have borrowed that word. It's a Greek word. They think that is management. In English, or in simple English, Honor the Judge, management means to handle. That's what it means. So, management supposed to tell us, or handlers supposed to tell us, not handlers of conference chair, handlers supposed to tell us how are they going to handle the situation. That's why you are called managers. And I don't feel, delegation, I don't feel that we are going to live here being told, Oguti, this is what we project, this is how we think we are going to deal with it. Let me stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Sokop. Ms. James?
Thank you, Chair. I thought today I'm not going to say much. I'm just going to warm up because a lot has changed. I thought a lot has changed, Chair, but the more things change, the more they stay the same, it seems. It's been months, and I'm still hearing of exactly the same challenges. That is shocking. I want to ask just very simple questions, too, from my side. On your thank you so much for the presentation. On your presentation, you say lack of funding. Now, do you mean lack of funding or do you mean no funding? Please, can we be clear? Because I would have appreciated to see just how much that lack, that shortfall is. So I would have loved for you to cost that lack of funding where there's need for maintenance at every kitchen. That's the first thing. There's no costing. The second part is also where we see lack of funding and in progress, right? Funding being allocated. So there I also don't understand because you say lack of funding and then you say funding is being allocated. So when you are saying funding is being allocated, has the project been costed? And have you then identified a contractor? And has a project been registered? So there's no information. So I'm not clear on what it is you mean. Also, on your presentation where you say conduct, where you have managed to actually give us progress and you say conduct regular maintenance, right stated, is there a budget then for you to conduct regular maintenance, right? Or are you just putting those words on paper? Because on the other kitchens, you say you cannot conduct maintenance because you don't have a budget. Now, the ones where you say you are going to conduct regular maintenance, have you allocated a budget for that maintenance so that you don't just put it on paper? Again, there's absolutely no costing that's been done here. I think, if anything, Chair, I would have wanted to hear more from the CFO here today because all of these issues pertains to budget and to money. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. James. Honorable Moila.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to acting NC and the team, and also greetings to Judge Bozek. And also, Chair, I want to first reiterate on the issue of quality assurance of the reports, because the validity and also assurance of the reports that you are bringing here, Chair, are now the committee is trending because of the errors of the reports that are made. It shows very well that you don't apply quality assurance and validity of the reports when you are bringing to the committee. Now it's the same thing again. I know it has been said by the chair and Honorable Scopo, but I also want to reiterate it that it must be fixed. Because we are sitting here, the department is trending over on reasons which the department are saying were errors. Please, please, please put your house in order in terms of reports so that we get to interrogate exactly what is validated and what you will deem as the proper report that you will be giving to the portfolio. I think most of the issues that I always want to touch on the issue of your certificates of compliance have been touched, which is something that the department must consider as very, very, very serious. Because if something will happen, Honorable Chairperson, on the issue of inconsistency of certificates in all our regions, we need to have a proper process on how it works, because it will be a very serious problem if something happens. So it needs to be attended urgently so that we get a proper report in terms of what happens in all the regions in terms of compliance, because most of the kitchens acting NC are not complying in terms of certificates. I want to check with regard to the report. The report indicates that there is an issue of the departmental task team between DCS and Department of Public Works. We are repeatedly told, Chair, that the task team is existing, but we are not hearing measurable outcomes that comes from the task team. So what has the task team actually achieved to date, acting NC? Which facilities have improved directly because of its interventions? And what timelines has it committed itself to achieve in terms of the work that they are busy doing so that they can improve the state of the kitchens? Because apart from the task team, the most reason that comes out loud is the issue of funding and austerity measures that have been applied. But we want to know the actual work that have been targeted by the task team and the achievement that are desirable, which have been reported to date. And the report also says that Department of Public Works now only covers around 16% of required maintenance from available funding. So did the DCS conduct any risk assessment after maintenance responsibilities were devolved? Because surely there should have been anticipation that compliance standards would deteriorate if responsibilities shifted without matching resources. I think this is what I've reiterated on in terms of the resources that are applicable to making proper maintenance and the work that the team is busy with. And lastly, Chair, as the ANC was seeing deeper problem of reactive governance. Equipment breaks down, then months pass before repairs happen, certificate lapse, then renewal discussion begin afterwards. Kitchens deteriorate, the emergency renovations are announced years later. So where is the preventative maintenance culture within the department? How are your proactive measures in terms of making sure that you don't wait until the problem escalate? I think when we were at Mpumalanga, most of the kitchens, Honorable Matabat, Mr. Matabat, the certificates were about 2 weeks or so before they can lapse, and they were still saying they will want to make proper application so that they can be renewed. I want to check if recently that particular process have been followed, because it means there is no proactiveness in terms of fixing this issue. Wait until the problems comes and then you react afterwards, and that is a problem to me, that it need to be fixed. We need to be proactive, especially when you've got task teams that works on these particular measures. You need to know which region, which facility, and what are the timelines in terms of many of these problems that are occurring. Then lastly, again, Chair, while we commend the facilities like Kalagabusha, which Honorable Scopo likes so much, and Toyando, Medium B, where progress has clearly been made, the broader concern is consistency, because we cannot have isolated success stories while multiple facilities remain trapped in recurring cycles of non-compliance year after year. The department needs to explain what differentiates facilities where progress happens from those where absolutely nothing changes across consecutive annual presentations. I think we've spoken about this one, Chair, that the region that does good, other regions must go and make sure that they pilot from those particular regions so that we've got a standard way of doing things across all our regions, and that it will put the department nationally on a good scale. Because if you've got L&M that performs well, but you've got KZN or any other regions that does exactly in totality of what we want to achieve, then it becomes a problem in the department. I think we need to try to have a standard way of doing things so that we can achieve our targets, NC. So that is my submission. Thank you very much. And when I say KZN, Honorable Gaza wants to intimidate me. Thank you very much.
You are speaking about his home ground. He must listen attentively. I noted that as well. But Bab Kasa, intamu ya kukumala kakhulu. Honorable Klute.
Greetings, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the Department of Correctional Service, led by the acting NC and the delegation, chiefs, and all protocol observed. Honorable Chair, I want to repeat what the other honorable members have said because a lot of my questions was covered by two of the other members. But allow me to welcome the presentation and then go straight to my 2-3 questions that I'm going to pose to the department. I also wanted to raise the Bavian Sport construction of the kitchen project commencing 2021. We are now in 2026, 5 years later, and a contractor is only being advertised in June of this year, 2026, with an 8-month on-site period thereafter, meaning the completion is anticipated in early 2027 at the earliest. What was happening between 2021 and today? What did the delay cause and what consequences management has been applied to whoever was responsible for managing or failing to manage this contract? On the Toyando Medium A, the department says the kitchen is dilapidated and requires a full upgrade, including bakery equipment, but no work has commenced due to lack of funding. That is one sentence in the presentation with no timeline, no cost estimate, and no project plan attached to it. The committee cannot oversight the commitment, it cannot measure when will a project plan with a budget estimated in completion timeline be submitted to the committee. The last question, Honorable Chair, is on the self-sufficient and sustainability model. Several of the facilities we are discussing today are meant to be part of this model. But how can the model function if the kitchen are non-compliant, the bakeries are not operational, and the equipment is broken? Is this department tracking whether the facilities identified under the self-sufficient and sustainability model are actually meeting their production and skill development targets? And if not, is the model not functioning in practice in those regions? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Klute. I think it's Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Chair, and let me acknowledge the presence of the Acting National Commissioner and also Inspecting Judge Bosel from JICS. Chair, I want to make a few overall comments of concern before I go into my analysis of this particular presentation that we have received. My concern, Chair, is that I have the distinct feeling that the department is not taking us seriously. When I look at the quality of the presentations that we've received recently, the presentation that gets sent to us is amended afterwards. Today's presentation is not the exact presentation that was sent to us and which we used to prepare for this meeting. That is unacceptable. Chair, then we have particular problems in this presentation. For example, this vexed issue of the amendment of the dates for completion, which moved now from the 30th of August in 2026 on one of the kitchens to the 31st of May 2027. I'm sorry. I'm not prepared to accept what you tell us that this was an error. I don't buy it. This was an amendment that you made, an adjustment after the fact, realizing that what you originally wanted to fob us off with was not correct. Please don't do this. Chair, we should not be faced with this kind of unprofessionalism, nor should we be faced with this kind of mediocrity. We expect from the department to engage us and take us serious, and in the process, take yourselves serious too. Don't place us in a position where we need to move on the hoof, so to speak, with information that keeps on changing, and undertakings and promises that you make that become a moving target. That is unprofessional, but it is also allowing yourself to accept mediocrity. Chair, we had an oversight to Drakenstein Correctional Facility. It's not part of the kitchens that we talk about today. But I do want to raise this issue because it makes a point about a general approach. We're taken to the kitchen and almost proudly we are told this kitchen is functional. Yes, there are 3 mixers, but 2 of the mixers are not working. There's only one of the ovens that's working for the making of the bread. Wow. You are happy with it. You shouldn't be, because you are living on the edge. If that one mixer that is working breaks down, the whole manufacturing process of the bread comes to an halt. So you're not living with a properly planned arrangement. You are only getting by. And that's what I mean by accepting mediocrity. We should not simply be getting by. Now let me turn to this particular presentation that we have received from you today. There are some areas of progress, I acknowledge that. KwaNakabusha, which seems to be, to some extent, the strongest performer in what you presented to us. The water jacket pots, the tilting pans, the roof leaks, painting, and rodent control are all completed. Finally now, your R638 certificate is valid. There's regular fumigation contracted, and structural equipment issues from Oversight's visits seem, according to what you tell us, resolved. With regards to Pietermaritzburg Medium A, the extractor fans, the floors, the walls are painted, the ovens repaired and functional. The R638 application plan, once boilers are fixed, is there. Funds are allocated for boiler service providers. In Eshawe, the extractor fan and 2 pots are repaired, and the internal walls are painted, and structural damage has been assessed. The report on that had been done. At Toyandu, Medium B, the kitchen project, according to what you report to us, is completed, with a practical completion granted 6 May 2026, with an operational date, with snags to be fixed now by the 22nd of May 2026. That's in 3 days' time. Durban Medium A and Modder B have ongoing renovations with concrete, though distant completion dates. I've referred to those issues. But the main issues for me are the issues of concern. There are glaring lacks of progress. There's the persistent lack of funding excuse that you present to us across multiple sites, despite large UCA payments to the Department of Public Works and a devolution of responsibility. This is for me a critical issue. You pay over, if I round it off, 890 million rands to the Department of Public Works, but you can hardly show anything for it. But at the very same time, you present to us today that your major problem is that there are no funds. This means that the interaction between yourselves and the Department of Public Works is not working, despite the many instructions that we as a portfolio committee had given to you, and despite the joint meetings that we had with you and with the Department of Public Works, we still find ourselves in this conundrum. Kokstad Correctional Services still has 2 putu pots, 2 tilting pans, and 2 convention ovens that are non-functional. Your R638 certificate there is outdated. Pietermaritzburg Medium B has seen 0 movement on contractor appointment, electrical tilting pots, or equipment replacement. Tuyandhu Medium A remains dilapidated with no upgrade started. And in Ishawe, as some of my colleagues have already referred to, the structural repairs remain unfunded. Long or vague timelines continue for the remaining work at Baviaanspoort, procurement only advertised for the 1st of June 2026, contractor on site for 8 months. Modderby and Durban renovations stretch into late 2026, while kitchens remain non-operational and closed. I can go on and on. But in short, what we see is that the progress is patchy, and it is concentrated in only a few facilities, where earlier interventions or smaller scopes allowed for completion. But the overall picture is that elsewhere, the same funding-related bottlenecks that were highlighted in 2025 still simply remains unresolved more than a year later. Now, Chair, my concern is that we as a portfolio committee, by the lack of your progress and the lack of your professionalism, have been reduced to becoming now a quality control team. It should not be the case. We must now keep on reminding you of what you promised and where you failed. And we must go into the detail of these problems with regards to all the issues that I've already referred to. Of course, we have to do it because kitchens in correctional centers are not just kitchens, they are mission-critical infrastructure. They are not optional amenities. They are indeed the sole source of daily nutrition for thousands of inmates in a high-density, confined environment where disease easily spreads rapidly. Therefore, when we insist that there must be compliance with R638 certificates, it is critically important as a statutory hygiene and food safety requirement, which is designed to prevent foodborne outbreaks of all kinds of diseases. And poor kitchens directly threatens inmate health and their constitutional rights. Dignity and rehabilitation is undermined by substandard and poor meals, which undermines the self-sufficiency and also the sustainability model, and it can fuel unrest. Operational and financial inefficiency with non-functional kitchens force reliance on external suppliers or neighboring facilities. And all of this just consistently drives up costs. and it also creates logistical strain. Legal and reputational risks for the Department of Correctional Services abounds because non-compliance exposes the department to litigation, to our censure as a portfolio committee, which you are being subjected to here again today, and also to Auditor General findings. In essence, functional, hygienic, compliant kitchens are an absolute foundational enabler of humane incarceration and this department's rehabilitation mandate. The continued poor state of kitchens is not merely a maintenance issue. It is a governance, a human rights, and constitutional issue. Now let me ask my questions. There are discrepancies with regard to Model B. The department reported the kitchen closed in October 2024, reopened in March 2025, yet the current PPT states it remains non-operational due to renovations until the 30th of August 2026. Can you please provide us, and in fact, now it is moved on. It's no longer the 30th of August 2026. It is now the 31st of May 2027. As I said in my introductory remarks, we have been fibbed off. I don't believe it's anything else but that. Can you provide us with a full chronological explanation and evidence of what actually is going wrong? Not that you made some typo, but what are the real problems and the true operational periods within which you honestly believe that you will be able to complete this project. KwaLakabusha Bakery, what is the current status of bakery equipment, procurement, and installation? I understood that it was originally targeted for back in November 2025. What were the costs of non-compliant delivery, returns, and ongoing external bread purchases? And as we always ask, what disciplinary or contractual action was again taken against suppliers and officials? With regards to the KwaLakabusha roof, what is the status of the 8 million rand roof repair project that was delayed because it is now apparently reclassified as a capital project? On funding breakdown, please provide a per kitchen allocation for 2026-2027's financial year. Show us exactly how much is ring-fenced for Kokstad's equipment, Pietermaritzburg B contractors, Tuyandu A's upgrades, and Eshowe's structural repairs, and Baviaanspoort ceilings and floorings. Detailed information, not generalizations. With regards to Kokstad and Pietermaritzburg medium B and the stagnation there, these facilities have shown almost no progress since the 2025 briefings that we have received, despite the earlier commitments that you made to us that there will be progress. Now we must ask you, what are the precise cost estimates for the remaining repairs? Why have contractors still not been appointed? And what contingency plans exist to ensure that there will be continued safety for meals? On the R638 certificates, please provide us with the current validity status of all listed kitchens, and ideally all 217 of those kitchens nationally. I understand you won't be able to do it now, but send it to us in writing. And provide us with a time-bound plan to achieve full compliance. I've explained to you in my introductory remarks why these R638 certificates are of such absolute importance. On national audits and a proactive plan, how frequently does the Department of Correctional Services conduct national audits of all its kitchens? And what early warning or preventative maintenance systems has been implemented to stop facilities reaching this current totally unacceptable state of disrepair? On self-sufficiency and sustainability, given the persistent kitchen maintenance failures, how effective is your model of self-sufficiency and sustainability in practice? What percentage of offender labor is actually utilized for kitchen-related production versus the external procurement? On the Department of Public Works user charges dispute, I've referred to it earlier also, what concrete outcomes have emerged from the interdepartmental task team, which I think is dysfunctional, if I listen to you? When will proportional budget be transferred to the Department of Correctional Services so that the devolved maintenance facilities which you have, responsibilities which you have accepted, can now actually be funded? And then my last question, on the Baviaanspoor timeline and costs. What is the projected practical completion date and total cost right up to date now, including all the previously aborted attempts for the Baviaanspoor kitchen project? Chair, I also wanted to make some suggestions on actions that we can take that can probably wait for later. I will conclude with these questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Engel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine is rather short. I'm not sure that it's so sweet, but in any case, well, thank you for the presentation. So there's a lot of information contained there, but I want to maybe inform the department that when we prepare ourselves for a meeting like this, we don't only look at this presentation. We go back in history, and if you don't know where to go and look, PMGs, good people from PMG do us all a great service, so that everything that you said last year and the year before and the year before and the year before is documented. It's there. So that's what we look at, so that we can see repetitive issues that comes through year after year, and that we can indeed try to address these. Also, this is a high-level meeting where we tend to look at the overall picture and not concentrate on nitty-gritty little things, but sometimes we do have to concentrate on nitty-gritty little things because it keeps coming up. So let me start there. I think where the main problem lies is that you accepted responsibility for infrastructure maintenance from DPWI without having a budget to do so. So you paid over 892 million rand in the 25-26 financial year. Now the question that begs an answer is, where did that money go to? What happened to it? 892 million rand, that is a lot of money. And you'll understand why I say that. For instance, in Kokstad, the 2 ovens and stuff that's not working, been broken for over a year. Now it's going to cost less than 200,000 rand. That is a drop in the ocean if you measure it against 892 million rand. Now, Kokstad has been over a year. So you can't blame, oh, we don't have budget. You know, it's 200,000 bucks. Fix it. I mean, over a year. You know, that's not, I don't think that's something that I would like to put in a report. And if you want to look at that 27 May 2025 PMG report, it's there. Now, there's a lot has been said about Modder Beer, and yeah, there was a typo in the report, and yeah, I get that. However, we had a meeting here, 27 March 2025, and at that meeting, DCS told us with big fanfare that the kitchen at Modder Beer has been reopened on the 4th of March. Now it's closed for renovations, to be opened later. So, I mean, we need clarity because now nobody knows what's going on there. Especially if you say that during that 27 May 2025 meeting, you said we need 7 million rand for new equipment. But now it's not in the budget. So what happened? Did it get fixed? Don't you need the 7 million anymore? Because the figure, something it doesn't add up. Now, DPWI says, they say, they received 661 million rand from Treasury for DCS properties. But you paid them 892. So there's a discrepancy there. And so I want to know, is this an accounting trick or, you know, what happened to the money? It's a lot of money. So is DPWI telling us untruth to the committee? Because 661, 892, you know, that money needs to go somewhere. We need to account for that money somewhere. The Auditor General is going to have a field day. That's a lot of money. And it's not, it doesn't reflect anywhere. So I want to know what's happening there. At Baviaanspoort, now we went there and we saw what's happening there. But you want to tell us it's going to take 8 months to install a ceiling and an epoxy floor. In the private sector, it's a 2-week job. 8 months. There is no procurement procedure. Even if you have to put it out on tender, wait, get something back, 8 months. Sorry, no. It's nonsense. You have 217 kitchens. There's no national audit. Or well, if there's one, it has not been shared with this committee since 2023. Is there a plan in play somewhere that we're going to get a complete dated audit report? Because we don't know what's happening where. Just every time we go on an oversight, it is the same repetitive old story. We've got 16 ports, only 2 is functioning. We've got this, those ones are broken. It's been broken for a year and a half. Same story, over and over and over again. So we need to get to the bottom of this. But before we can fix stuff, we must know what's going on. and we don't know what's going on. Then to my favorite facility, Kalakabusha. Well, I can't do. But so the bakery equipment. So I went there. After we went there on Oversight, and I found the place. I think even the same cobwebs was there where we left them. Nothing happened there. So I was very happy when I heard that, well, things are moving on now. So then we were told that, no, the wrong stuff was delivered. So what I want to know. So, and I accept that wrong stuff, it can happen. Who signed off on the incorrect specs? Because if it's incorrect, you can't offload. No, this is wrong, take it back. But it was offloaded, so it was signed off. Who did that? And the guy that did that was action taken against him because obviously he didn't do his job. Someone must be responsible. That's the nature of how things work if you work for the state. Now, DCS has a self-sufficiency and sustainability model using offender labor. Now, I just want to know, with all these challenges around kitchens, why don't you look at, there's lots of offenders, 164,000 of them. Now, I'm sure amongst those, there's electricians, there's plumbers, there's bricklayers, all sorts. Why don't you use offenders in terms of the skills that they have instead of going on these lengthy and very inefficient procurement processes, waiting forever for something to be fixed and end up it not being fixed at hugely inflated prices? Because you have it, they are there, use them. The committee recommended to DC that DCS claim back money from DPWI for unspent user charges. We did so at the 27 May 2025 portfolio engagement. Almost a year ago to the day. Have you formally demanded repayment? And did you receive an answer if you did? And if you did not ask them, I would like to know, why are you? Because if you did not ask them, it seems like you are protecting DPWI, and these guys surely and clearly don't have your best interest at heart. If they say, no, we only received 661 instead of, it's 200 million rand disappearing like that. So if you can answer that questions, I will be eternally grateful. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, all from my side.
Thank you so much, Engel. Mrs. Naps?
Thank you, Chairperson. So I'd like to start with finding out if you guys are familiar with the English saying familiarity breeds contempt. We come here week in, week out, and I think it starts to feel like this is our stomping ground. We're just going back, different week, same stuff, presentation to Parliament, and we forget the importance of the institution where we work and the people that we account to, and that it has real consequences for people's lives. And I think that familiarity and that contempt is starting to show in the presentations that you guys bring to the House. It's kancane kancane iyavela. I also want to note that it's quite disheartening
that the NC isn't here, the CFO isn't here, minister, deputy minister, colleagues have mentioned. I don't know what sort of answers we're going to get and if we can get actual commitments to the very real problems in this presentation. But although my colleagues have said it, it feels like it needs to be reiterated that the seriousness with which this process is taken is slipping, and it is noticed, and it's not acceptable. So I'll be fast with my questions because most of them have been asked. I just want to sort of reiterate the importance of the information that we need from you guys. So I'll start with Honorable Engelbrecht, who spoke on the audit of the kitchens. How many kitchens do you have? How many of them have valid certificates? I also want to know how and when do you ascertain that validity? Take us through the process. At the start of every year, is there someone who goes around and actually checks? Number one, the state of the kitchens. If that information is coming from the regions and the areas, who checks that they're giving you accurate information? How often is this done? How are you actually determining the state of your facilities? Number two, I want to reiterate the issue on the incorrect specs as well. You cannot have accountability if you don't have responsibility for specific functions. So who, whether it's at the center or in the area, who was responsible for setting those specs? And I'm assuming it went to head office. Who was responsible for signing that off? And when the delivery was made, who was responsible for checking that what is delivered is what is appropriate and signing it off? And given that if you have all those names, what happened? What action was taken on that? It's critically important, otherwise you don't have accountability in your department. Then Peter Maritzburg Medium B, you say that there was a delay in the contract. Who delayed the appointment of the contractor? The name and position and what action you took. The point is not to publicly, ritually humiliate people. The point is to ascertain that there is, in fact, accountability when balls get dropped in your department. Toyando Medium A, you can't simply say funding is being allocated to get upgrading. How much funding? What planning have you done? What is the timeline? So we already know, we're in the budget process now, we know the date on which the vote will be taken. On the day that the vote happens, are your ads ready to go if you need to advertise? What is the state of planning and the details for Toyando Medium A? And then my last question, again, has been mentioned, but when DPWI came to us, they claimed they had a shortfall. They said, you guys only give them a certain amount and they actually overspend on your department. Now you come and tell us you've got a specific allocation, but in fact you're paying them more than that. When they came here, it was 10 months ago. And they indicated to us that a dispute, that you guys had formally lodged a dispute in 2023. It's been 2.5 years. What is the status of that? Why does the situation persist with DPWI? Because as much as they say they overspend, and you also say you give them money, you are there with us when we're walking through the centers, and there's no evidence that there is any work being done. Where is the money going? Surely you must be as concerned as we are about what the hell is happening to that money and how much more you could have done with it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ngaps. I think I'll also would like few clarities or questions that I have. Some would have been raised by members, but I will try to rephrase them differently. For each facility that we got the presentation on, especially those that we have requested you to appear on, those that don't have a valid certificate of compliance in terms of kitchens, whether a lawful temporary extension has been obtained from the relevant municipalities, and what is the expiry date of that extension, so that we don't have an open-ended extension but that does not have its validity date. On the Durban Westville kitchen, how are meals being prepared for inmates at that particular facility? And at what daily cost? And why there hasn't been any agency to accelerate this project, given the direct impact on food preparation and constitutional obligations around issues of hygiene and so forth. And I think it's over a year now since the kitchen has been closed. Qala kabusha. I trust the Honorable Engelbrecht, after we're done with the portfolio committee, some time to go do an unannounced visit there. He does love, is fond of that facility. Who is accountable? And I think this was raised also by Honorable Sokop. Who is accountable for the procurement of incorrect equipments or specifications? Because of before you could even procure, there would be a specification that gets to be done. And based on the specification, it makes an indication which equipment should be bought or procured for that particular kitchen or bakery. What are the financial consequences for the supplier? And when will this bakery or the bakery be commissioned? On Modape, in May 2025, which was last year, the department stated that the kitchen had been reopened on the 4th of March 2025. I'm not sure who raised this, between Engelbrecht and Honorable Niehaus. Is Engelbrecht? That we were given an impression that the kitchen is operational, because you would have indicated that it reopened last year, 4th March. The today presentation, which would have had what we have received, the timelines indicating 30th August 2026, now we're getting a change to, is it May 2027? There's a word that Honorable Sokopo used. I was saying to Matabata that that's proper English. I just erratum. The presentation that you have given us states that the kitchen is not operating due to ongoing renovations. And I think as the committee, we deserve a clear explanation on this discrepancy. And it's precisely the kind of inconsistency that erodes confidence in the accuracy of information you provide to the portfolio committee and subsequent to Parliament. And I think this was echoed again by Honorable Sokop and Honorable Moela on the quality assurance of presentation you prepare or you bring to us. So I think would seek a clarity which is which. Was the kitchen ever reopened, operational, or it was just a presentation that was brought to us, giving us that indication that it was reopened on the 4th of March? Because if it was reopened, why is it still closed for renovations? Because of the thinking would be renovations have been completed. And then that's why it was reopened. So those are my 4 clarities, which I try to bring a different viewpoint on them, on what members would have raised. So I'll hand over to the department as led by the acting NC, RC Matibe, and your delegation or team to respond to the questions. Acting NC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, for the opportunity. We will follow this procedure in terms of answering from our side. All the questions that were For the kitchens of KZN, the acting RC will deal with answer those questions. The ones for LMN, and then we'll also have our colleagues from head office, acting DC Kobani, on areas that he will be able to come in terms of the national competency. I will then come in for the kitchens of Baviansport, Modabi, and other areas that shall have been left out, that needs that are also of national or an overall questions or the national competency. I will then come in on that. We will approach our answering in that order. I will then hand over to the acting regional commissioner KZN. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the Chairperson, the honorable members, the colleagues from Correctional Services, and the Honorable Inspecting Judge from the JICS. Thank you for the questions, members. Firstly, perhaps let me start with the bakery of Kalagabusha. The SBAC, the evaluation committee, was appointed for the 3 bakeries, which was Pietermaritzburg, Durban, and Kalagabusha. And the specifications that were utilized were obtained from the colleagues at National Head Office, because there were bakeries before us. So then we took the specification that was used for other bakeries. There was a company that was awarded to deliver for the 3 bakeries. Then they first delivered at Pietermaritzburg, and it was the wrong equipment. Because Pietermaritzburg, it's nearer to the regional office, the regional coordinator production workshops was able to go to Pietermaritzburg when the company was delivering. Then he was able to identify that this is not the correct equipment. The company then took back that equipment, delivered the correct equipment at Pietermaritzburg. And when it went to Durban, it delivered the correct equipment as well. But there was also one wrong equipment that was delivered. Unfortunately, Kalagabusha was late in terms of the structure. So what happened, the company took the wrong equipment that we had sent back from Pietermaritzburg, and they went and delivered it in Kalagabusha. And we did not have a person with a technical expertise at Kalagabusha who was going to receive. However, in the outside, it was written oven. So when you deliver the equipment, it's written oven in the box. Then you take it out. But when they were opening the box, it's not the oven, it's the prover. That is where the challenge then happened, that in the outside, the containers were reaching the specification that we expected. So the person that signed for the equipment, it was written oven. When we were about then to install, that is where it was discovered that it's the wrong equipment. The company then was informed. We did also send the information to contract management at head office to say, this company is continuing to deliver the wrong equipment, because they've done so at Pietermaritzburg and done so also at Durban. They then never responded to us to come and collect their equipment. Then we sent the report to the Office of Contract Management that this is the challenge that we have. Then there was the second advertisement for the equipment at Kalagabusha. And we said, as the SBAC in November, we could not find the supplier from those that have put in the tender, and it was re-advertised. And then we said in April, and we awarded on the 24th of April the award. We're hoping, because according to the documents that they provided, is that they are going to deliver on the 24th of May. But during this process, what we did, because the company that was suitable was in Gauteng, we requested we send a written communication to head office
to the team at production workshop to go and do the due diligence at the company that is the successful bidder to check if the equipment is correct and the equipment is available. Then we received the confirmation from the team that went to check the equipment, and then it's only then we awarded the current machinery. So we're hopeful that by the end of July, the bakery will be functional, because once we get the delivery, then it's the installation, and then the Kalakabusha bakery then should be functional. The issue of the roof was repaired at Kalakabusha. It's complete. The contractor of JFE has finalized that installation. The equipment, there's something I forgot, the equipment that was delivered, for example, the prover, it was the small prover and the small oven. That was then shifted to Durban. They are now utilizing it as a training for training of offenders that are working at the bakery. So that equipment, because they did not collect it and we did not get the return of the money from that, then it is now utilized as a training equipment at Durban management area for the bakery. The roof was completed at Kalakabusha that I have mentioned. The issue, Chairperson, of the R638 certificate of acceptability. We did submit last year the letter from the provincial office. I'm not okay.
What's
From the provincial.
wait a bit, acting RC. I can see you're getting distracted.
Yes,
Because
so I was.
even your response is not. What's happening, members? So that we assist you. Oh, you're distracting the acting RC in responding, and you would come back and say your questions are not responded when you didn't hear. Sincere apologies, acting RC. You may continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. We submitted the response from the Provincial Department of Health, Environmental Management in terms of the validity of the R638, that it remains valid until there are changes. Then we had a resolution that they were going to have yearly inspections that they are going to conduct. I can confirm that on the 23rd, for example, Kokstad, in as much as we say it's not valid because it's still the 2023 certificate, but they did come on the 23rd of June last year. I do have proof here of the reports that they submitted to say the certificate is still valid, but the tiles are correct, repair these pots. They did indicate the pots that needed to be repaired, but we've got a proof of the letter from the municipality that indicates that the certificate is still valid, and they did come. So they are going to come now for this year. We are going to have those annual inspections from all our kitchens on a yearly basis, in as much as the certificates will be saying 2022, but they will be coming on a yearly basis. We have started that. We've got kitchens at Pietermaritzburg that have been assessed. We've got in Durban, we've got also in all other management areas, the kitchens that have been assessed. It's not yet all. The others, the inspection dates are still coming for the inspectors to do that. The Durban management area kitchen, it was closed. We reprioritized because we did not get funding, the capital budget funding for the kitchen, but we reprioritized from what we have in the region. Then we allocated the 500,000 to Durban. We did not have also the builder from Durban. We took an official from Glencoe, who's a builder. Then we brought him to Durban, got accommodation for him at the guest house, and the offenders that they work with, they started scraping off the walls, the floor, the concrete floor, it's completed in Durban. The paint has been delivered. They have started yesterday with the painting, and with the epoxy floors also were delivered, but we wanted to start with the painting first, and then we do the epoxy floors. Then we are still then waiting for funding for the equipment But we did receive that we are going to get the allocation then this year so that we will be able to buy the equipment. But in terms of the structure, we've done the paint scraping. We are going to do now the repainting of the walls. The floor, the concrete slab was completed. We are going to put on the epoxy. It is delivered. It is there for Durban kitchens. And as well as Pietermaritzburg Medium A, when the committee was there, it was still the ceiling board and the walls. All that was completed. The walls were painted, the epoxy, it's there. It's the matter of the equipment that once we get resources in terms of funds to procure the equipment then will be installed, and then the kitchen will be then functional, and we will then get the environmental health to come and do the inspection for the R638. That is for Pietermaritzburg Medium A. The Pietermaritzburg Medium B, we still have not repaired the pots. We do not have yet the funding. We did submit the request for allocation, and my thinking is that the allocation that we are going to get is from that request that we have submitted. So once also the equipment is repaired, the kitchen then will be completed at Pietermaritzburg. The Kalakabusha kitchen, that is, it's done, it's completed. The kitchen also at Esho, where we still need equipment that need to be repaired. And as we are going to receive the allocation for this financial year, we are going also to prioritize that. The issue of the structure, we are also going then to be guided by the team at facilities at head office on how then do we move forward in terms of that wall of Esho. I'm checking now. Sorry, Chairperson, I'm just checking my notes. What did I forget? Okay. No, I think I will be guided if I've missed information from what was, because I'm checking my notes now. I see that I've covered most of what was asked about Durban, about KZN, sorry. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. That is the report for KZN. We'll then now move over to the LMN. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Acting NC. Greetings to Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, the Inspecting Judge, colleagues. With regard to LMN, particularly Thohoyandou Medium B, I just want to reiterate that various honorable members raised the issues of Thohoyandou Medium A, sorry, specifically Thohoyandou Medium A, because at the moment Medium B is covered. I'll start with the issue of the bakery, which was actually raised by honorable members during their previous portfolio committee visit in Limpopo. Then, based on our current resources, we are taking over Kutamasin Tumule from March next year, 2027, and they have a bakery. So therefore, we will not be continuing with the bakery at Thohoyandou Medium A. However, we will be utilizing the Kutamasin Tumule bakery, which will be under our command, to transport the bread from Kutama to Thohoyandou, and we will also be doing around the centers around the area based on the proximity of Thohoyandou and Kutamasin Tumule. And that will also allow us the space to reprioritize the funds to some other critical projects. Now, with regard to the commitment for funding and the action plan, when do we start? I think honorable members, as indicated, they visited the facility during January this year, and of which the issue of the kitchen was raised. We started with the medium B kitchen, which was complete, and correctly so, members of the portfolio committee raised the issue of the specific allocations. I think as the department, we will be able to deal with the specific allocation through the relevant offices. And once that specific allocation has been allocated to us, it will give us opportunity as a region to plan, action plan, advertise, and so that we can appoint the correct service provider. I think that that question, as the department will be dealing with that in terms of the actual allocation. Yes, we have noted that it will commence for this financial year, but we don't have yet the actual allocation as indicated by honorable members, and we'll deal with that through the correct offices so that as the region we start with the planning. The third aspect was with regard to the issues of sharing information as the department, as the region. I think